Good morning. I thought it was 12. I need to fix the clock on my stove. I'm slightly ill. They said in the creator newsletter that AI would be taking control of ad choices in order to create more value for creators and for Google. So I expect to get a lot of really weird ads that aren't applicable to you anymore. Mike G, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Oh God, hold on.
Happy
That's
birthday,
fucking
Gherk.
loud.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, wrong speaker. Failed the 53 test. I see Dork woke up at 10:30 today, so I don't feel so bad. God. Dork, I get the feeling we're on track to bear flag to the upside all fucking day. Why would you do this? What's up, dirty little Tobians? I'm not a part timer. Blow it out your ass. I was up till like fucking 4 in the morning writing DD. I woke up at 9 too. I just didn't want to get on the stream, so I went back to sleep. Is this where we bounce off the $10 support the GFU was talking about? No, that's what the 15 in the cat picture meant. GFU's crashing the stock to prove he's not a pumper. I think the share offering's still being done. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sicker. Much more sick than yesterday. Which is the best. It's nothing like waking up and feeling even worse. I just saw DV at the Brockton Community Food Pantry. He was wearing a full body cast. How do they even have a C-suite left? Cohen hasn't fired them yet. You never answer my question. What's the time frame for the SLB short squeeze that I was 100% guaranteed or my money back? Excuse you? You're the one who fucking picked SLB as a play. This is your play. You got to pay me my money back. I'm long 30 contracts for Jan 25 at $45. You better hope it bounces. Otherwise, I'm going to get a casino to pass a law in your state that allows for gambling liens. And then I'm coming after your homestead. You could do that. I mean, with the right lobbyists, you can do anything. Schlumberger, not Smega Burger. You can have the house after you pry the deed from my cold, dead, very firm and round butt cheeks. Did you get GME sick, Gorg? I was breathing on it a lot, so maybe. You think oil shorts could be part of the positions shed for SLD this month? Maybe. I don't know. It doesn't look like Netanyahu's gonna agree to any kind of ceasefire ever. So, that's bullish for oil. Oil's I mean, it's been on a tear ever since it fucking tapped like 74. I went to Home Depot this morning. Doers were present. What are doers? Are you talking about those like married men who hang out at Home Depot all day? Well, that shit weirds me out. You guys have run into them, right? Like you've been in Home Depot and you had a question. They don't work there, but they're really willing to answer it. What do you think is gonna happen once the options and DFV's port get exercised? I mean, I hope he gets an opportunity to sell them. That sounds shitty. I feel called out. I don't care if they work there or not, if they can answer my question. Fair enough. I'm that guy. Get a wife and kids, and you'll understand. I feel like the decision that you need to fix was the wife and kids. I know it's not 1950 anymore, but you can still go buy a pack of cigarettes and never come back. Just make sure you tell your children that you're not proud of them before you go. That way they accomplish a bunch of things. bought the SIGs, but I don't have kids. Now what? That's awful, but maybe true, right? FSLR's ripping. That's cool. Ooh. That's a fancy bounce. Still not above 80. Ugh. I don't know, fucking locked. Who locked that? That's stupid. So you can buy almost out the money SPX options for the same as GME options. Just a thought. Yeah, yeah. Not for Friday though. That'd be crazy. Yeah. You're forgetting about the theta. IV is getting fucking curb stomped though. I don't like Pepsi. I don't really like soda very much. But I think the dip on Pepsi might be long overdue. Also, it failed its like long-term trend again after regaining it, which isn't really a great look. It might be getting close to like a technical support. I think it actually tested it. But this may just be the dividend, right? Dividends today. Yeah. No, it was dividend was Friday. Fubo broke 120. Who gives a shit? Ooh, I could buy back my 150s calls. Let's actually hold on. I do give a shit. Would you fucking move over? Huh. Ooh. I would love to buy Fubo under $1. That was fun last time. Yeah. So Pepsi's in a technical support here on the drop. Yeah, it might have a little range on a bounce back. Dividends out of the way now. We got earnings coming up. Bump and IV might push out some of the short calls, but not a super active options chain. What are we doing here? Are we triple topping? It still just looks bullish. Whoa. Crazy. Go V below $2. Does it matter? It matters a lot if you're selling $2 covered calls. How much lower can GME drop? 2380. Although there should be support right here. Your HSBC sponsorship has become ridiculous. I get 10 ads a day from them now. Why don't you stop searching illegal banking for my cartel on Google, and then it won't be a problem? I lost 80% of my port to Jamie on Friday because I FOMO'd at 9:40 a.m. Time to grind it back up. Oh boy. I've been on hiatus for many months. Is there any change on your GME view? What do you mean? I don't know at which point you left. You said many, many months. Did you leave when I still had a small amount of faith in Cohen, or did you leave after I hated Cohen? You were sick of RC and done with it for the most part. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's still true. He does have more money to do nothing with now. So that's neat. And DFE came back, which is awesome, because DFE is actually cool. Go watch the Sunday stream. Gherkin does a huge current state of the stock here there. Yeah, I do. I was searching for that quote of would I hit a woman with a child? No, I would use a brick, and I got nothing but abuse hotlines. Is this a problem? I mean, if you're hitting people with bricks, yes. All right, all right. GB 719 $40 calls. I have a delta of 5.5. Unusual to see so much delta out of the money. Well, it's partially because of the theta as well, but not with IV this high. Those contracts both have both a decent amount of vega and theta, veda. Mm. But if IV were to fall, especially like IV 60, those would probably get hit a bit harder. What's going to hold the stock between 20 and 25 until next week? I feel like it'll just keep plummeting because all the calls are falling faster and faster out of the money. There's not that many calls here. There's not that many calls on GME at all, to be honest. Most of the calls are just DFEs and then sold shit at 30, 40, 50, 60, 100. Um, retail buys just the stupidest options. But there's a big fucking wall of gamma to the downside, thanks to DFE. So it'll be hard to break down much further than this. The share offering is obviously not great, but um, it'll still be hard. Have you decided if you're gonna try and play a potential GME run? Not today. Maybe after the shareholders meeting when IV price is down. Are you calling my 30C weekly a bad idea? Yeah. Yeah, I am. How do you go straight up every day that there's not apocalyptic data? Also, sometimes on those days. You mean like 628 in the money calls? I'm not buying in the money calls. I'm not I don't have DFE money. Did the Oddlot DD from Infernia ever get debunked? I recorded a good section of the tape this morning just to track it because it was crazy. Either it was front running the ask by a cent or on the bid. I have no idea what you're talking about. How did we get up here? We bounced. We bounced off of 30 where there was support. It's gonna be hard for them to push it much above 50, which I told you guys last night, but um they could hold it here. Um Maybe through the auctions. Look, a little bit of delta falling off here. Not too much, but a little bit. Slight rejection on ES. I think just more chop. That looks kind of bearish. That does not. Hmm. Oh shit, dork. Thursday was crossover day, dude. You didn't even tell me. Bruh, I know. I have cheap trading view. Oh. Yeah, here, look. If I can, I'll ship it to you. I normally think this is the end of the run until the next OPEX earnings cycle, but with DFV back in the fray, I'm not so sure. Any guidance? I mean, I went into my thesis on FINRA Rex deferrals. That might be a thing. Might not. It's got some prior instances of confirmation. Might? Oh, I can handle might. You fucking degenerate. Do you get a breakdown below 53.50 here? No, not yet. I think maybe into the back half of this hour, we'll just get pumped to 60 before they drop the 3-year note on us. Got a lot of out of the money calls coming in. 60, 70, 75. Not sold. It doesn't look like they're sold. I don't want to pump to 60. Retest 75. How about that? We did get a little pullback this morning from all that gamma falling off. So that was neat. But now we're doing the thing where we pump all day until we can't pump anymore. And then we pump a little more. Well, there's a lot of ways to make assumptions about bought and sold. You can see where the transactions fall between the bid and the ask. You can look at the spread over time. You can look at volatility. Other cool stuff. They are always assumptions, though. You selling any more CSV on GME this week? Not yet. And I'm not selling any CSPs. They're just naked puts. I came way too close to getting fucked on those last week. Check the app. Why is fucking SLB on your bingo card? It's not bad. Risk of going below 20 seems increasingly likely. Not yet. Yeah, if Jimmy fell below 20, that would probably cause it to plummet. Hey, look, 2380. Just like I said. Curious. Hmm. That's weird. Why are they doing that? I'd like us to retest 50. What sorcery is that? How did you nail 2380? It hasn't bounced yet. It got a little bounce, but not. It's not a reversal. Anyone remember Bagels with Bruce? She's a woman now. So Bagels with Brianna? No, I don't even think anyone's really shorting GME. It's just RC selling shares. So I'm this morning eating a bagel with cheddar cheese. That's disgusting. I don't care what gender they are. Bagels with cheddar cheese is foul. Fucking Canadians. I'm pretty sure the female name for Bruce is Caitlin. Ha! Not as bad as French fries with brown gravy and cheese curds. Yeah, poutine's disgusting too. Unless you're a fur trapper, in which case you need the calories. Is fur trapper a double entendre there? You tell me, Dave. Don't get Kendra started about fur trapping. I knew ski patrollers who would eat sticks of butter after massive snowfalls, where they would have to go and do avalanche control for hours. That sounds like an idea come up that somebody came up with when trapped in a small cabin with a bunch of other men. Why would you buy Jimmy at $31? When? That doesn't sound right. Today looks like one of those days where we fail to meaningfully break an important level for 6 hours and then dump $50. I don't think it looks like that at all. I think it looks like a day where the closer we get to this fucking auction, the harder they're gonna pump it. When did my GME buy-in target change from $9? I wouldn't buy above $9. I think I'm being goaded out of lurking here for 3 years. Cheddar and a warm Montreal style sesame bagel. Chef's kiss. I can't listen. Do Canadians think they have the good bagels? Is this a thing? I didn't know Canada was proud of their bagels. That sucks. Montreal style bagel, just a fried hockey puck. Montreal has better bagels than New York City. I don't know, maybe. Most of the good bagels are gone. You gotta go like deep into the heart of Brooklyn to find anything worth eating. Not all of us. Only a weird subset of the French that lost the war but still think they're important. I mean, I don't know that much about Montreal, but I guarantee the bagels aren't worth listening to two sentences in Quebecois. Would you spend 15K to visit New York City for 3 weeks? No, I just travel all over Europe on a train for half the price. Would you take a look at Hood? I'm wondering if it hit 26 by June 21. I'm glad you've given yourself a lot of time for that outcome. No, 26 doesn't look particularly likely. 23 or 25 doesn't seem too bad, but the 20, like 26 and higher doesn't have a lot of call interest. Most of the upside interest seems to be centered around 25. So unless more positioning builds out, it doesn't look particularly attractive. It's also at gamma max, which it broke slightly above Friday and today. Gamma max is at 2268. Dealer Delta fell off pretty hard after the Friday expiration. Gamma's still a little bit positive, but Delta's negative. Possible rejection at 5360. Well, I'm hoping I get a call entry before then. Although it's not looking promising. This could be it. I want to pull back to like 50 and then a bounce so I can buy in. I meant to buy in on the last one, but I'm sick and I wasn't paying attention. That's the wrong fucking date. There we go. The Japanese GDP data? Their fucking GDP estimate for the year is like negative 1.8%. That's terrible. Their inflation is increasing and their growth rate has gone negative. June 21, 25 contracts at 470 a share. I'm tempted. Thoughts? I mean, they're extraordinarily overpriced. Oh, nice, crippled mule. I think like another 75 tests is in the cards today. From a technical perspective, it should be. There's enough zero DT interest that it's possible. 65 will be 60 and 65 are going to be probably a little bit of resistance. Oh, this is what I was waiting on. This is the good stuff. Aren't all of Jamie's entries extremely overpriced? Yeah, but there's ways around that. Buying right now before earnings is a little tricky for RC. He could, but it'll be scrutinized pretty heavily. I'd imagine they'll want to complete the ATM offering before the shareholders meeting, and then if he's going to buy anything, it'd be afterwards. SLB bounce look like the bullish scenario is more likely than further downs. Yeah, that's a good bounce. Bagholder checking in. Nice. Are we expecting GME to move in this week or the week after 6/21? So one of the settlement periods does extend out to the 24th. It's like the 17th through the 24th. That's a possibility. But most of the settlement looks like it occurs between the 10th and the 14th. I think once you get past Juneteenth, it gets a little bit weird anyway. Because then some of the other, like some of the days of settlement are going to get deferred out. What? Out of the money puts for August? On what? On GME? You're going to lose all your fucking money. I didn't even look at FSLR last night. I'm selling CSPs at 15. Okay. That's probably not too bad. How many days? Yeah. It's not great. How have you been? I'm sick, but I don't have COVID. Otherwise, hanging in there. Sticking with the planet in the money calls plenty of theta, although I probably should have waited for IV to crush before starting the position. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. What makes 2380 a strong support? Teach us your ways. That's where that's like where the gamma wall picks up and strengthens. You taught us how not to be a bag holder and still make money. It's pretty cool stuff, isn't it? You tested for COVID in the year 2024. I think the doctor just does it automatically. They test for like COVID, flu, and what's the other one? RSV. What are other ways around buying overly expensive entries into GME? You mentioned earlier, you could do like verticals, skip strike butterflies. Um, what else? Synthetic longs. Those are kind of pricey. I mean, most people aren't going to be able to do those. GME is easy money for covered calls right now because it's pumping a bunch, right? But the question is the options interest going to remain after the pumps are gone? Remember, GME spends far more time dropping than pumping. I bought GME puts last week at the previous run for 719. They're up 50%. Does it look like it could go much lower than now? This is a fairly strong resistance. It could go lower, but it'll be. I mean, first of all, the move down from this point would be very grindy because they have to climb a wall of positive gamma here, which would be pretty difficult. I mean, the share offering's still in place, so yes, it could continue to drop. Um, as long as the persistent selling remains, but that is going to end eventually. And right now, the sold puts to the downside and DFE's position are creating a lot of support sub 25, which only becomes more supportive as price drops, right? So even if we were to lose the 2380 level where support is very strong, um, support only gets stronger from that point down. At least for now. I mean, there is decay that needs to be factored in, but as those short put positions decay out of the money, they apply positive price pressure. Ivy will pick up a bunch on anything that gaps the ask. I think at some point between now and the 24th. I don't know what Rex code. This is the problem last January, right? Is we nailed that things had gotten deferred, right? And we got a bunch of runs out of it, but we didn't know We still never found out which Rex code it was. And there's really no way to find out unless you know what accounts to look for in the FINRA system and you have access to it, right? Because you have to look at who's filing what, when they're filing it, and you need to know. I mean, otherwise it's just a sea of filings that you'd be digging through. It means nothing, right? That's why being somewhere like Mass Mutual would be such an advantage because you would know, you would be looking at like client accounts and you would see, oh wow, like say you're digging through client accounts one day and like looking at deferral, filings, right? And you're like, wow, that's a lot of fucking money that needs to be settled out. So close to your SPX fill. Yeah, I know, I fucking missed by like fucking 10 cents. I'm probably not gonna get it. There's a big volume on this one. Mm. Strike for puts is 28. I bet most of them when the price is around 50. Yeah, fortunately for you, Ivy hasn't crushed too much because of earnings. But just in the future, that's extraordinarily dangerous. On the off chance that the Fed cuts, isn't it a signal that things are about to break? Well, it would be a signal that they've given up on the second part of their dual mandate. I mean, he doesn't really need access to them if he knows which code, which which filing code is being used, right? But I'm sure he could gain access. I mean, I could, but I wouldn't know what to look for, right? So it'd be a waste of my time. Like there's people in the Discord, and I know people that would look for me, right, and give me a printout of whatever filings are in place. But if you don't know what accounts to look for, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of filings coming in every week, right? If I knew what code was being used, I could track the settlement more precisely. I'm pretty sure it's 4210 6F based on historic correlation, but I could be wrong, right? It could be like 15C3-3. It could be the overlap of both of those settlements. Wall Street Journal ran an article saying someone to raise the mandate from 2 to 4%. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Yeah, well, you'd have a hard time narrowing it down to a subset of possible account numbers because there's, like I said, there's going to be thousands of those filings every week. I'm not going to touch the grass. That's where the homeless people piss. What's wrong with you? Is that roaring kitty tweet him? You were a billionaire? Wait, who? Jimmy went below 2380, yeah. What can you see it dropping to today? Like I said, like the support only gets stronger below this level. So you have like, hold on. You have like 25 right here, right? And then gamma just picks up from that point. This is 20. Oh, actually, it's like this. Right, so it just gets even harder to push it down. I mean, even with all this volume, look, it's bouncing. Right, that wall of gamma is going to be really tough to push through. I showed it to everybody on the thing yesterday, but here I can build it out again, I guess. Give me a second. Alright, so no. Alright. It's like this. Alright. See where spot is? Right here. See how it becomes harder to push gamma to the upside from there? And then if you look at like the delta is kind of inverse that, right? So the MM has to, they have to buy on this side of 23. See where 23 is? They have to buy on this side of it, sell on this side of it. And then, Vega risk increases to the upside of like 26, 27, more so at 30. You get further out to expiration, the likelihood of that hedge increases, but volatility also drives that up, right? So if Ivy is falling, they don't have to hedge Vega as much. Gamma's still protecting the downside. And then there are, buyers of Delta above like 24. It's just option strat. So the position I built? Yeah, sure. One second. I mean, you're not going to see all the goodies unless you can reverse engineer the market maker's head. So it's pretty fucking like option strat's a useful way of visualizing it, but it's pretty fucking useless otherwise. Do you think it's worth it to pay for the extra stuff on option strat? Only if you need live pricing data. Why would he close his call position? Do we need live pricing data when we get data beta? We're not gonna have live up and running right off the bat, but we're working on it. Um, but it's not like an options pricing service, right? So it's not like options strat. We have our own ideas for back testing stuff and things like that, but in the future, that's gonna take up. Building that out is a huge amount of work. So backtesting is a fucking pain in the goddamn ass. Yeah, it is. Huge. Yeah, I mean, that's like an entirely separate platform. There's a cat with horns next to you. I know. Still not getting filled on my fucking call. Bullshit. A cool feature for the future would be a view on option strat quick link. I'm sure it's easy once you figure out their URL structure. Maybe if some sort of like partnership or something. I'd think about it. Can you explain Enphase's price action from Friday to today? I mean, it's still got huge support at 120, and there's a lot of calls at 125 and 130. So you're just seeing it like move between the larger ranges, right? Like it failed 130 Friday, dropped to 120, or close to 120. Today it bounced. Probably getting more and more sold calls at the 130 level over time. There's two chains, so there'll be an old chain and a new one. Apple conference in 10 minutes. Bullish. They're gonna say AI a bunch. They promised. Silly by the put here. Whoops. That's awkward. I bet against myself. Thanks, Roaring Kitty. That's beautiful. If you were to guess how GFE got all that money from 50 mil to over 160 in the last 3 years, what do you think? I think he bought a shitload of like $25 calls on the run in May. Might have sold some covered calls somewhere in there too. Maybe the 3 year will be bad. No, I didn't mean to buy puts. I thought I was buying calls. I'm just sick. Order some Buckley's original cold and cough mixture. It works for allergies as well, though you can't take it all the time. I'm tired of sick pickle. Thank you so much, never present. I'll try it out. It sounds very homeopathic, though. You fool. You didn't realize DFE discovered BNED before it was cool? You mean when it was $2? He's been fighting Gherk for cover call liquidity for the past 3 years. It wouldn't have been much of a fight. But if you sold CC, like if you were selling cover calls on the old GME runs, and you just sold CCs at spot every time it hit gamma max, like, or you sold CCs back at gamma neutral every time it hit gamma max, you'd like 100% your position on every run, right? And some of those runs, like March 2022, there was a shitload of in the money liquidity on calls. Like you can sell the 120 call, fine, like at the mid. If only you said that so clearly 3 years ago. I did. But also, fuck you, you can't have my alpha, dick. It's not my responsibility to make you rich, smooth operator. That's your job. That's on QQQ having like the lowest volume day since the Thanksgiving half day. That's interesting. I don't think it's necessarily bearish, but I do think maybe nobody wants to buy any more tech. What don't you understand about it? So the vast majority of runs on Jamie, with the exception of the current one, hold on. My coworker wants to buy NVIDIA right now. How can I tell him nicely he's an idiot? Well, there might be like a bull run from. I mean, he's an idiot because he thinks he's getting a deal on it, buying it now versus buying it when it was $1,200. But there could be a bull run as the old options chain is exercised out. So be careful of that. I wouldn't short Nvidia yet. I know it's just split, but generally better to wait for the delta to break down post split. It's 3-year 4.648 before the auction. Ooh, the bid to cover on the 6-month was terrible. Fed bids 1.9 billion. This is working out. Let's see. Ball's picking up a little bit. If we lose 50, we can move all the way back down to 30 again. GME positions are still Vega exposed. Ooh, fancy. Hmm. That might not be the most stable bounce. I'm trying to keep from squeezing out of their 53-55 short puts. What a bunch of dumb fucks. Five candles to 5,300. High yield. Ooh, yeah, there was a tail, and the bid to cover. The bid to cover was a little better, 2.43, but 11 point tail, which is rough, especially given that yields rocketed on Friday. Bulls need to hold 50 if they can. Well, 45. 45 might be more important. 5 and 10-year are getting really close to 4.5. It's not a very bullish reversal. That is, though. What are the Greeks on RH? What? The fuck ticker is RH? Restoration Hardware? Well, if Jimmy drops below 20, the magnitude of a run would be significantly diminished. It wouldn't mean that there wouldn't be another run on it, but it wouldn't be able to achieve as much price improvement. No, there's a share offering was going on Friday too. It's just still going on. It's a lot of shares. Hmm. Of course, the share offering is helping drop the price. What do you think? He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the squeeze potential. Or doesn't understand. It's not like you have a bunch of quants sitting around at GME trying to figure this shit out, right? The board's just like, oh, stock price is up, we should sell shares. And they're like, yeah, let's approve that. Did RC fuck over Ryan Cohen? Or Ryan Cohen fuck over Roaring Kitty? Would everyone stop calling him RK? I don't know when that started. He's DFE. Call him DFE. Alright? I'm not gonna try to sort between all the R fucking initials. I don't have Greeks for Restoration Hardware, Marpo, by the way. Do you think RC's ever been laid? He has children. I agree. Anyone who calls him RK is spreading FUD. Yes. Fucking noobs. He's deep fucking value, and he's Mr. Deep fucking value to you. DFE, Wall Street Bets OG, D-Gens, OG D-Gens, RK fanboy noobs, exactly. You can keep complaining, Smooth. I'm still not going to tell you what calls are best on GME. Did RC fuck over Mr. Deep fucking Value? Could he have played it differently? Yeah, he could have a standing shelf offer that he doesn't immediately dilute into the market and wait for the price to be reasonably high. But I mean, boards generally don't can take that into consideration. There's very rare instances where they will try to take advantage of higher prices, right? I mean, most boards are like, okay, this is what we're worth, this is what we're trading at. Dilute until we find equilibrium. That's what happens when you're forced to hold your shares for years on end. Could have issued bonds, preferred. Well, I don't think they want debt. Especially not with Cohen's ownership under 12%. Right? He's not going to want to risk a hostile takeover by offering out any kind of redeemable stock. You don't get on a board by being smart. No, you don't. All one has to do is look at Larry Cheng's tweets for the last year and a half to figure that one out. Cosplay says on those calls was like 560. Yeah, 565, I think. He's what, probably close to break even. No, he's still up a little bit. Ooh, nice gap up on the VIX. Push that spread. I want to see all these 5350 puts fucking squeeze. Bunch of assholes selling puts into the fucking auction. Support at 45 still. So that keep an eye on this orange line. It's probably like there, but that's important. Support, but weaker. 43, 49. Same thing as Friday. We want to lose 47 and change to get a bigger dump. They're still selling the fucking in the money put. I mean, that's what's crazy. Is J4 still bullish on GME? I have no idea. He should be, because this is, we discussed this yesterday. This is where support is. And it's strong, right? I don't know what people are complaining about. This is projected and expected. That's what you want. I don't know why the fuck you guys bought calls up here. It was just stupid. At least wait till the share offering's over. Or after earnings when IV drops. It was like 2 days, 3 days until earnings, and everyone's like, I'm gonna load the boat on calls. What are you thinking? Haha, nervous laughters. Thinking question mark. Since GameStop announced their shareholder results last Friday, estimates. Do you still expect the stock price to drop during tomorrow's earnings call? It could. Yeah. Why not short it? It's a good time. Best time. Depending on what deferral was used, it's possible Jamie runs this week, though. Yeah, but like the 13th, 14th, which is still post earnings. This is the problem. GME runs a little bit. Everyone feels like they need to like jump on board, but they jump on board on the downside instead of jumping on board before it goes up. Like, let IV cool a little bit. We've still got an ongoing share offering. We've got short vol piling in. It's getting pushed down into like its bottom support. Options are just gonna get cheaper here. This is you just gotta be patient sometimes. I don't know if they're gonna get an actual call or not, but with the shareholders meeting, you'd think they'd be hard pressed not to do something, right? You know what it is? Cohen doesn't want to read the earnings report. Nobody else wants to do it because the last guy who used to do it got fired. This would be a decent time to utilize some buy rights. I'm not a huge fan. It could be a decent time to buy, but then I would wait on the right part until a higher price. Are we gonna fucking break 50 or what? These returns are bullshit. The 3-year printed an 11-point tail. We should be at 5,200 right now. Fuck these stupid bulls. You jinxed it. Ugh. How do you fire RC if he's not taking a paycheck? Vote him out. I hear if Trump gets elected, it's not good for clean energy. Probably not. But it's okay. I'm long Zom and Oxy. Did the accidental put print? Yeah, like 23% or something. I actually don't think a Trump election would be good for Hal. I mean, it probably wouldn't be terrible for them, but yeah, I don't think it'd be great for them because we probably won't expand a lot of onshore production if Trump gets elected. Like domestic production will probably fall. We'll import more oil. It'd be cool if I could buy these back at 650. Hmm. Still a decent number of puts at 430, 43.45. Those are probably sold. This is boring. Do something entertaining. Open 50 short condors so you can be freaked out the entire time the market is chopping in a 5 pip range. Yes, DFV tweeted. It was just dawning on him that he was a billionaire briefly. How long do you think it would take me on OnlyFans to pay for 2 new knees? It's an excellent question. like the stability. Roberto, thank you so much. Welcome to Cornishon. Guys, give Roberto a shout out for hooking you up. I feel like I've had 500 million. I wouldn't care that I didn't have a billion. You can only say that if you have 500 million. Knees are a wear item for OnlyFans, so trying to place your knees with OnlyFans is basically like Sisyphus rolling a rock up a hill. Everyone's a billionaire in Iran. Hochul pulled back the Manhattan congestion toll. Well, that would have been fucking stupid anyway, right? Just charge people more money to get from Jersey to the city, so they stop coming to our bars at night. It would be tough, but I could survive on only 500 million. You say that until you have to survive on 500 million. If there's one thing I've learned about making more money, it's that their cost of living goes up exponentially relative to your earnings. Everyone tells themselves, "Oh, I'll just live like I do now, but with more money." You won't. The difference is when you get drunk, you don't buy $30 shit on Amazon anymore. You buy like $500 shit on Amazon. Gherkin 600 industrial pizza ovens and keeps them running all the time just in case. Or millions of SPX 0DTs. Anyway, you could take back the New Yorkers that are now in the Jersey Shore. No, those are your people. Is there a good way to know if GME cycles are back before it's evident from future price action? I think if delta on the chain remains high, then we're probably going to continue. I mean, cycles never really went anywhere. They just got weaker and more distantly spaced, right? There's still been cycles the whole time. I know I sold on one in December, right? They were just shittier. They were shittier cycles. But if delta on the chain stays elevated, then they should stay stronger on the stronger side of things. Also, Jimmy's got more cash on hand, which is a boost to book value a bit relative to dilution, but we're doing that for years now. Not 500 million, but a significant increase from years prior. Yeah, you know, like that poor thing you do where you're like, oh fuck, I need to buy this thing, right? And you're like, I don't know how I'm gonna afford that. And like, you're like, I can't buy it, but I need it. And then you just keep putting it off, right? When you have money, you don't do that anymore. You're just like, oh, and you buy it, and then you're like, oh fuck, I shouldn't have bought that. Still need to lose 53.47 and change. So there's still an opportunity for us to find strong support here again. It's good that we're pushing down into it. Charm's gonna start decaying against spot a little tiny bit, but this would be a lot more bearish below 45. What kind of downside range are we looking at? If we break 45, we could test 30 or 25. It's like 15, $20 range. I still think we're just going to keep finding support here. Yeah. We'll try to short it on the next one. I keep getting 20%, which is nice. I guess. I guess that was a little more than 20%. Would that fill out? Yeah. I feel like they're still going to want to rescue the short puts at 55.60 because they keep selling them. Maybe I should just go long here. See if they can do it. I feel like this is enough bullish consolidation. That we should get like a little breakout, and then maybe we get a fail, like a bigger failure. It's the same for the Bulls, though. They need, they need like 50, 52, 70, 50, or 53, 27, or 50, 53, 52, 70, 53, 53. Like right around there to get a breakout. Those short puts act as resistance when we're on the downside of them. I know what you mean, but I don't do that. I've seen enough clients get caught in that trap and just stop telling my wife my salary and our net worth. She still thinks it's just above six figures. Perfect solution. Lying. Nope, failed. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. After watching Jimmy run up and down over the last 84 years, I finally took some healthy profits by selling contracts. Never thought I'd be able to learn this. Thanks. Nice, dude. Well done. Did you get some in the monies near the top? That's the best feeling. Especially when they're up like 80% the next day. 15.3K volume on the 20 strike for June 21. I think DFV is selling some of his calls. Might be buying more. '50 is really acting as a pretty strong resistance here. Futures doesn't want to retest 5368 after failing it. Downside test is at 53.50. Tricky. Still feel like we should get a lower high though. $53.65, maybe. That looks pretty good. Bullish consolidation. Momentum should break a little positive in the short term. Push. I don't think they'll fail. But it is very close. These calls were cheap. They did leave a little gap. Might not matter if it gets above 55 though. I don't think we're going to get a lot of profit taking from the calls here. Maybe a little. Should probably pull my stop back just a tiny bit. Todd's back from lunch. Yeah. Well, Charm is supportive above 50, so there's no reason for bulls to take profits on the bounce, which means they can keep adding at 55, 60. $116.26 because you can push down volatility. They sell those to short vol. There's very little risk on those contracts. They're at the top of the chain. There we go. Nice. That was fun. Why does that rarely happen with red candles? I mean, it does. It just depends on the where you're at. Like right here, there's sold puts at 50 and 55. So if those break out of the money, you're gonna get an upward catalyst. Whereas to the downside, we needed to break 47 and change to get the same effect, right? So it does happen to the downside. It's just relative to positioning. A failure here would be interesting though. Especially if we fill that gap back at 50. Yeah, bulls tend to just add more risk instead of allowing their positions to squeeze out. Sometimes they do though. If delta slips negative, they tend to be a little bit more flighty. But right now, delta doesn't slip negative, I think, to like, well, it was under 45 before. It's probably up a little now. Um, yeah, it's getting a little closer to 50. It's like 47 now. So right where we needed to break down. Ooh, that just kept going. Nice. Type it into the search bar. You just type in SPX, not SPXW. You may have to turn on SIBO indexes. I don't remember. Well, we have a failure here. That's a lot harder to push higher above 60. But possibly not. I mean, this has got some momentum behind it. I didn't even shadow me. I got stopped out at $6. 65, a little bit of resistance, but not a ton. Hmm. I didn't sell any condors. I had some calls. I got some calls at the bottom. But I got stopped out like right here. Important question. When one opens the spam box to release some pressure, does the tushy cough steal some of the smell potency from the stink pickle? Are you talking about spam masubi? Jamie buys IMMR. Full disclosure, I have 2 options contracts to back it up. Not shilling. Why would they buy IMMR? Why does everybody think Jamie's gonna buy their favorite shitty penny stock? Y'all need Jesus. Thanks, man. Come on, Bulls. Get that all-time high again. Don't squander the opportunity. Be interesting if we reject off the all-time high in the early part of the week here. You see with this push it can now fill further? Yeah, but let them run all the calls off the chain first. We got a little ways to go. Yes, broke resistance to the upside. So we got a higher high on the bounce. There's still a bunch of out of the money call interests, 670 and 75. Not so much at 65, which is presenting a little bit of a problem. No, just people that didn't get out on Friday when they had the chance. Until the data. I don't think anything significant is going to happen until Wednesday anyway. I just want to go on record. Alright, fair enough. They make gaming equipment. They make haptic feedback devices, some of which are used in gaming equipment. I think the majority of their market's medical, though. If it's the company I'm thinking about. Mad Cats? Gross. Where do you see us closing? Above 53.50? Could just close at 53.50. That'd be a pretty big win for the Bulls if they're able to hold that today. Hmm. Interesting. It was alright. I still be above 45. Nice. That's where my leaps are. Any chance we grab that gap at 51? I don't think it's very likely right now. But we might be getting a bit of a bump and run. We'll see. Okay, so consolidation failed a little bit. Vol isn't turning up a lot though. It seems to be just hang up at like 1275. Still a lot of call buyers at 60, 65, 70. I mean, we might not get a breakout till we retest, right? Like, back here. But a breakout earlier would be extra bullish. From here, it's like you might retest the prior high. But if we break out here sooner, we might get a new higher high. Or a retest at like the all-time high. So the earlier we get the bump, the better. That's an end phase after 130. A little bit more of a struggle to the upside. The spacing on bullish positioning spreads out more. I haven't looked at it since last Friday, but I doubt very much has changed with the move today. IV's still really low. So not a lot of Vega getting hedged off there. Yeah, 35 and 40, and there's a little bit of interest on the move to 35. But after 35, like call volume in between major strikes, or call OI between major strikes, falls off really hard. So 35 is kind of the end of the very well supported range. I feel like shit. He was alright. He said it. Tim Apple said AI. Of course he did. They're unveiling an AI product. The new Apple AI phone. Ah, they should call it that. AI phone. Yeah, they could reset their whole product line with that hot move. They could release the AI phone, the AI phone Max, right? And then next like 8 months from now, they can release the AI phone too. Thanks, Smooth. Although of all those things, I think vaping has the least effect. Or AI phone squared. Ooh, yeah, AI phone. Old Tim Apple had a farm. AI, 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 Can you look at Kit? Yeah, but am I going to immediately regret it? Yep. Cool. Penny stock ran 60%. Oh, AI driven ocean robots. That sounds really valuable. I love how all those shit penny stocks are now AI cloud based. Oh, look, I'm up. Nice. Aw, fuck you. Right when I was gonna set my stop, too. Bear trap? Ooh. MM does not want to hedge all these fucking out of the money calls. If bulls don't push for the all-time high today, they're just pansies. Can AI somehow catch a case of the downs? It already has infinite chromosomes. Matter? Probably. Hmm. I think I'm just gonna stay long here and assume that they're gonna get their 70 and 75 calls in the money. They've worked so hard on them. Is Apple saying bearish things about AI? Or are they unveiling that they're just putting Chat GPT into a fucking iPhone? No one gives a shit. However, without relevant options, how is price determined? The bid ask? That's because they're just using the. They're going to use the share offering to cover all of their shorts. Ideally, before the stock reverse splits 100 to 1, right? Really could clown for buying pre-market at 31. Can you send me a red nose made in USA back to Europe? No, export costs are too high now. I don't want to bump the inflation in whatever European country you live in. Huh. Who makes more money off of Apple AI? Nvidia or Apple? No one knows. SPX 53.75. I think that's what they're gonna try for. I mean, look how cheap the out of the money calls are. There's no reason that people wouldn't just be loading the fucking boat. The 70 is $1. Yeah, I bought one. They're ridiculous. They're so fucking cheap. Yo, why is Apple shitting the bed so hard? What did they say? Well, we filled the gap. They announced they're going to compete with Nvidia in making chips. Is anybody watching this bullshit? Maybe it's dumping because it should be at 150, 120. It has no current growth venues. Yeah. Hmm. Mm, momentum's starting to turn around a little bit here. This is a very terrible bump and run, though. Weaker. Weird choppy downside, too. Apple's recovering a little bit. Hard for Apple to break 195 anyway, because of the sold calls. What's Nvidia doing? Nvidia got a bounce on VWAP. Little one. GME still trading at $23. Yep. Need to reverse it back above 53.59. ES is rejected on the long-term trend. Still in an ascending channel though. Double bottom and support at 53.60. Yes, and the inverse head and shoulders technically. There it goes. Inverse head and shoulders on ES on the 15-minute. FSLR 290? Let's see. It still looks like it's struggling with 280. It's 230. Charm still favors the bulls here a little bit. Lower highs are bearish here. It's just consolidating. We technically have got a higher high there. And this is still a higher low. But some short vols de-risking, which is problematic. It'll make it harder for the bulls to pump. I don't think I need that anymore. Still lots of support. How's breadth? Breadth is up a little. It's outperforming ES. Text is not very strong. Kind of losing that inverse head and shoulders support though. 5360 fails. That would be bearish. Hmm. Yeah, out of the money calls falling off. A little bit. 53.45 puts picked up. Apple's still dumping. The video failed VWAP. Maybe they just don't have it in them. Why are they still buying fucking calls then? Getting very close to the part where delta flips negative. $120K calls on the video at 120. Could be kind of a weak bounce. Gets a lot stronger if it breaks above like 52.50. Oh. Look at that. Directed on the reversal point. Inverse head and shoulders. Some fucking weird bullish consolidation there. People freaking out because Apple finally has a calculator app for the iPad. You can't make this stuff up. Wait, hasn't it always had one of those? Nope, I'm done for the day. Check DM. What do you got? Ooh, interesting. The hell is it? Oh, that's fun. They just added the calculator. Was there not like a calculator on the App Store? Stack is my hedge for when I'm out of town. What do you want, a CDS ETF? I'm gonna confirm reversal at 53.59. Or at least confirm reversal on futures. So I'm gonna break that. Still buying a lot of calls. Ooh, someone de-risked. Too early though, huh? It's not even power hour. I filled at 60 cents. Even if the market crashes, I don't think you make that much on it. Would you get the 50p? Nah, that's not too bad, I guess. You'd be better off with like a QQQ, whatever, put is 60 cents in September. Bulls seem mostly undaunted here. There's the push. So look at the silly bulls that got out too early. No more of this. Stop taking profits, you cunts. Toe ring. They're not being, it's not just them being skittish, it's really hard to push the price above 53.60. Even if they do it, it probably won't last for very long. Oh, maybe I just need to put holes in this. That matters much anymore. There's still a shitload of volume at 60, 65, 70. If they can squeeze out the 0 DTE short calls, we could get a new all-time high. They failed before, but they might not on the third test. I think they're finished with the offering. Maybe close to it. Jimmy's starting to get a little bit more liquid again, so they might be wrapping it up or almost done. Do you think bulls can hold this pump into close as long as they never stop buying calls? Start squeezing the short calls at 65 right around the time this hits like $2. So if the 65 contract breaks above VWAP, that's going to put a lot of pressure on the 60 and 65 calls, the 0 DTE sold ones. And if those squeeze off, then we can test like 70, 75. It's tough. It's not going to be easy for them, but they tend to be successful when they try to do this. And it protects their short put, like their longer dated short put positioning at 53.50 if we close higher. VWAP is relevant on options contract charts. Yeah, of course. It's the average price of the contract over the course of the day. This is where bulls need to commit and sell the fuck out of the vol. Try to push it back down to like 1250. I don't like the gap down. $253. Charm's still favorable, but not as favorable as it would be if we were above 53.60. Okay. Apple's trying to recover. The video still looks pretty good. Hmm. A little more delta on every bounce. Well, we got VIX below 1270. A lot of consolidation. It's 1268. It's just a shakeout, I think. Hmm. I know NVIDIA broke VWAP. NVIDIA's also got 150 like thousand weekly calls at the 120 strike. Oh, cheap calls in the last hour make a difference here. Yeah, I mean it does. It makes it a little more likely for short calls to pull back at least. So we're starting to get some volume on these. That's the futures reversal. That should give us a breakout. As long as we don't pull back too hard. So yeah, they're pressuring vol down more now. Volume on the 65 strike is just exploding. Apple bounced a little, but failed. Hmm. You see the target now? Does that make more sense? It's a big resistance. $308. You look sick. You're so pale. I know. I am sick. Enough of a pullback. Why is core 1 month up bigly? Because dispersion's breaking down. Vol's up today still. And look at tech, it's not outperforming very much. Hmm. Are we gonna get any fucking volume? Jesus Christ. Spot up, vol up. Bulls are really trying. What are your genuine thoughts on this defer packs and DFE big bet on GME? Well, the bet corroborates my thesis, right? The fact that he hasn't sold his position. So I like that. I like being right. So that would be cool. We'll see though. There we go. That'll be fun. Alright, fuck this market. I'm done for today. I sold them at 390 with an average cost of 223. So 75%. What do you mean, why? My internet froze on the spike. You might get another one. We might get a continuation. They really should try to push for the all-time high, right? Or at least push for the gap fill at 66 from Friday. I'd say if we lose 60 again, though, that's pretty shitty. That was awesome. I think we had like almost like $4,000 on this account today. Buy them again? No. Go fuck yourself. It was a lot of waiting for a 3-second exit window. Man, that's literally what this is. It can still rally again. It's not necessarily over, but I wasn't gonna risk, my cost basis was too high to risk a second top. I want puts on the spike. Nice. You can do that too. Usually the in the money are more advantageous there, but oh. Yeah, we're still like 40 minutes from close. Bulls have the advantage on the charm side. So I don't particularly see a reason we can't fill the gap or test 70 at least. Just made a grilled cheese, Kewpie yellow mustard for inner bread layer, then Havarti ham, pepperjack ham, Havarti for the layers, crusted in Parmesan artisano bread. How did I do? That's a lot of fucking cheese. Did you get some of the moisture out of the ham first? Oh, okay. Good. Yeah. Alright. Thanks for the ghost. Was that just me and you, Nuke, dumping our calls? We created the top. Straddle into CPI, a no-brainer. Probably, yeah. I mean, I'm going to. Dump mine too. God. How many times do I have to almost blow up this account before you guys will stop ghosting me? Nine more times. This account has suffered more 80% drawdowns than any account I think I've ever had. Largely due to like lack of attention, but sometimes just due to really stupid plays. Can you day trade in your margin account without restriction? This is a cash account. That's because you get bored in full port. Yeah. Didn't you get it to six figures multiple times? Yeah. But I had to take that. I took the majority of that money out. I was getting like bored streaming and buying 50 SPX 0 DTs, and that's not a recipe for keeping your money. It's not. Yeah, today's volume's not necessarily a good estimation of whether the share offering is finished. But I will say that GME has stopped declining in price and it is becoming more illiquid, which means that it's very likely that the share offering is complete. Um, and if we go from the peak of the run and we measure out where a lot of that volume was, oh, why is that not? Oh, it's hold on. Hmm, that's weird. Why isn't it popping up? Do I have to go a longer time frame? No. It's just not working. Oh, it is, but it's just weird. Okay. Oh, I hate that. Hold on. I gotta figure out how to change the fucking settings on this. Where's that? That's fine. Style. There we go. It looks like the majority of shares sold are going to be between like 38 and 35, 28 and 27, and 24 and 23.90. So let's see. Wolfram. Let's go. So 24, 28, 38. So roughly an average share price of $28 a share. I would say that their total offering is going to be about like 2.08 billion. Just an estimate. Wow, if this doesn't get an all-time high here, that's going to be kind of bearish going into Wednesday. I know it's tough with like Vega being fucking capped out here at 60, but I have an iPad. I can do the math now. It's just a fixed range volume profile. I would say it's gonna land somewhere between like $26 and $28 a share. Maybe towards the upside of that though. I stepped out on the second red candle for a daily profit of $17. Fantastic. What happened to UGI? They did a shelf offer. They seem fine. They stabilized higher than their low after the offer. Frankly, it's good. I'd rather they do an offer than issue more debt at current rates. So I spilled the liquidity all over my floor again. You should buy like a mop. The day's not over. We could still break out. It's just a failure here would be very bearish. Risky. I mean, Vega kind of caps out at like 60. So it's very hard to sustain prices above it without it being like kind of squeezy like we got there. There's a lot of short calls still. But that doesn't mean they can't try to like pump it one more time. And they could get a higher high off that. We could readjust this, I guess. Like that. They really need to get it to a range where futures will support the move to the upside. And then they can push through some of that hedge. Although that's still kind of unlikely. And I think the gap on ES filled on that. Was that a gap on ES? Close 53.75.25. Open 53.75.25. Okay, so maybe it wasn't. I thought there was a gap on ES there too. No, almost, but not quite. I mean, bulls have held on through quite a lot of profit taking here, so I would say one more pump seems doable. And just be careful because it may not hold very long, right? Like the last two were only stayed at their tops for like a minute. It can get rugged really, really fast. And the money put time soon. If it breaks up and tests a new high, then I might. I'll buy like the $5 the money put. But I think I'm out of. We have to do it on Fidelity or something. I think I'm out of cash on here. Yeah, I used up all the cash today. Ugh. Well, the first one was like 8 seconds. This one lasted a little longer. The second one. Yeah, looks like GME's building support on the lower trend there, which is good, right? Not necessarily bullish yet. I would have to break back above 30. But support here is solid. It's probably a little bit more important out on the 4-hour, right? Where it's just a wick. So we wicked below, found support. It's a good sign for the uptrend. Liquidity is moderating. ARB resolved earlier, but it's breaking apart again. GME's still getting more, like liquidity is still getting tighter, but it hasn't quite turned around. Maybe on the 1-hour. Yeah, not quite, but stable. Stable's better than falling, right? We're still around that 2380 mark. Yeah, we stayed around 2380 most of the day. It was a good low. We're past CNS now. There was a little bit of volume in there, not too much. See, now is bullish. So in the back half of last week, you had the issue of bullish calls decaying, and so as the delta goes to 0 on the bullish calls, right? Let me try to explain this to you guys. So you have all these out of the money calls that idiots on Superstock and Wall Street Bets buy, right? And when they buy them initially, they have a bunch of delta. Like 0.4, 0.3, because IV is so high. But as the week goes on, that delta out of the money decays, right? 0.2, and eventually it hits 0. So when people buy these shitty weekly calls and sit on them all fucking week and never take profits, eventually the market maker starts selling the delta that they initially hedged with. And so what this does to price is you get a big uptick in price in the first half of the week, and then that delta decay starts to push down on price in the second half of the week. You're stable. Hardly. Yeah, only Superstock and Wall Street Bets bought those. Yeah, because nobody in the pickle jar would be stupid enough to buy a fucking weekly, right? Especially not on GME, after all the lessons that have been learned. Right, guys? Hmm. I hate it when you call me out like this. I mean, they're fine if you're just scalping with them, but that's like in and out 30 minutes, 45 minutes, not fucking holding shit overnight. Selling weeklies is awesome. Bull's gonna try to push VIX down one more time before the end of the day. I need cheap stocks to play for sympathetic price movement with GME. There's nothing cool in the Russell 1000. Let's first establish that. There's even less cool shit in the Russell 1000 retail trade index. You could play like, I don't know, what is there? Dick's, Burlington. Target, maybe? Yeah, it's kind of too liquid. Anybody trying to play charge point holdings? Nordstrom's, but again, they don't tend to benefit from the runs as much. Gap used to be pretty good. Didn't Gap go bankrupt? I have no idea. TPR looks kind of interesting. Woof. Victoria's Secret was a stupid one that everyone tried to play. There was another one. Go, I think. I have the runs. I benefit from some fiber. The Russell 1000 is just the lamest fucking index in the world. I remember Prague. I never played it. That was like all you guys. Beyond's in the R2K. Russell 2000 stocks are spicier. Hmm. Tidewater. That's kind of fancy. Interesting. Hmm. Oh, hey, look, we're pumping again. Now that everyone's been shaken out of their calls because they weren't irrationally bullish enough. No, R2K is small cap. R1K is mid and large. 5360. Well, we just tested it and then got rejected immediately. This seems to be the story of all our upside tests. The market maker goes long Vega above 5360, so it's really hard to continuously sell puts and also drive price above that level. It's not that it can't be done, right? Like I definitely bet on bulls being able to do it earlier, but it's exceedingly difficult and very costly. How far out is good for degen calls? Late July enough decay protection. Next couple of weeks. Degen calls on what? I want to short a company that measures revenue in sactionals? Sacks? You want to short Lovesac? I hate that company. I mean, I don't understand why people buy their shitty furniture at like a 2000% markup. How sick are you? Extraordinarily. About the Farlov from IKEA. It's great. Nice. I don't have any IKEA furniture, but I've had IKEA furniture. I think I have to quit trading zero DTEs. I'm consistently wrong on direction. Hmm. I mean, you're also trying to play like a lot of chop, right? Like these are kind of like high risk. Not only are we 15 minutes to the end of the day, but it's very choppy, right? We're like at major resistance. Um, maybe try playing less chop and more trend. That's hard to do right now. I understand that, and so maybe don't trade indexes for the time being until vol picks up and they become easier to. Indexes are really easy to trade when volatility is higher. When it's really low like this, it's kind of a bitch. Not that there isn't a lot of money to be made on the long side, there is, but it's way riskier. Contracts are cheaper, so the profitability percentages can get really good, but it generally requires not only that you take on more leverage, thus increasing your risk, but the chances of large moves in price improvement or drops in price are far less frequent, right? Because realized vol is really low. This is why we get most of our moves overnight when things are illiquid and price is gappier. And that's why I've straddled for the last year and a half every night, because the at the money straddle is underpriced relative to realized volatility. Yeah, this isn't good. They were cooked when we failed to break 60. That's when you cut them. You don't fucking wait until we fail 59 and then test 55. When we were getting started, did you have days where you won and days where you lost? Yeah, a lot of them. Both. How do you mentally deal with losses or missed profits when you get out of a position too early? I don't care. I've never really had a hankering for what could have been, right? Like it rarely affects me. There's a few instances over the years where I've been like, motherfucker, I can't believe I got stopped or I took profits too early. But I would say that those instances are pretty rare, and were usually due to me levering up way too much for tiny returns, which could have turned into massive returns if I'd held. But I mean, I would say that you just need to focus on consistency. And eventually, if you're consistent and you're consistently, taking profits at a set level and ignoring the noise, you're going to build up your total capital, right? Um, and it's a lot easier to do that a little bit at a time than it is to do it in big chunks. And you'll get those anyway, right? They'll just happen. You'll catch like a weak bounce at like the 55 here, right? Like, say where you were to enter here, and you take like two contracts at the 55p, and you're betting that this bounce fails. So say you do that, say you take that entry. Sometimes, well, most of the time, your failure is gonna kind of just hit the trend, and that's it. You test 50, you close, you take your 15, 20%, maybe 30% gain, and you walk away, right? But occasionally, you're gonna enter that position, and it's just gonna like fucking gap down, and you're gonna make 100, 200, 300%. And a lot of your momentum is built through trades where that happens, and then everything else is just having exposure without taking a lot of risk. And as you get more experienced, you'll learn when those entries are more likely to do that thing that you really want them to do, and you'll start taking less and less of the shitty entries. How tight do you set your stops? It really varies. Sometimes very tight, sometimes like at my buy-in. Other times 5-10%, sometimes 10-20%. Never add, so I know you guys see me do it a lot because it's fun, but never add to losers. Adding to losers is probably the fastest way to blow your port up. It's really fun to do, don't get me wrong, because you can like take a $5 contract, average it down to $1, and then it prints to $3 and you won, right? But you're just compounding your losses every time you add to a losing position. It's much better to confirm, right? And then add So like again, let's use that same positional example. You know, I could just probably drag this support line out with my mouse and I don't have to fucking draw it. Right? Say you played the entry here on the breakdown at 55. You probably would have taken profits already. But say you hadn't, right? You're gonna wait it out because you think it'll actually break down and test the lower trend, right? You know, you wouldn't add to this ever. Um, you would probably have your stop just a little bit above cost because you don't want to get stopped out on the gap fill to the upside, right? um, and you know you're looking for it to break down and test this. You wouldn't add until this breaks this, and then you would add, right? And then you would play the continuation to the downside. Revenge trading feels so good. Yeah, but I mean it's you can play fast and loose with that kind of shit when you guys have you know 500K in margin, right? But don't do that when you have like a $5,000 account because you'll blow up in a day. Like, and you should never be putting yourself in that position. You should probably not even trade SPX. But if you are trading SPX, you probably shouldn't ever be in a position where you have more than one contract. One contract on SPX is more than sufficient to grow a small account. If you look over and you've got like 30 contracts on SPX, you fucked up. I don't care if they print or not, if you're right or wrong, you fucked up. You fucked up in the execution, right? Yeah, well, that's part of your defined risk, Yaga. Is that, you know, if you're sitting on a $5,000 account, I mean, you can't even really play SPX until the second half of the day, right? Where larger moves are more erratic and less likely. So that's already one point against you, right? And one of the reasons you should probably largely stay away from SPX when you're starting off. Um, the other thing is, you know, you've got to keep your contract cost at $5 or less, so less than or equal to five. Um, and then you know you need your stop within 20% of that, so you only have like a $1. You only have a $1 drawdown, and then you want to take profits at 20%, which is like $7. So for every one of these you enter, you can make $2 or lose $1, basically. Spy is tricky. So honestly, for smaller accounts, for options, I would prefer QQQ. QQQ options are they're kind of volatile though. Like the spreads on them they blow out really fast. But generally speaking, notionally QQQ has better moves. And it's easier to get an option in the money on QQQ than it is on SPY. Do you want to take profit or just start moving stops once you're profitable? Well, I mean they're mostly liquid instruments, so you can trail stops and drag them higher and higher as you become more and more profitable, and that is ideal. But QQQ, if I were trading QQQ, I would probably have a take profit because the options contracts have a tendency to like spike the ask right? You'll get like a big move, but then the move will like settle here, right? So you get like big fat wicks on QQQ. Um, so it's good to have a take profit because your take profit will fill, but you can also set a stop loss, right? So you could, I mean, theoretically, you could move both as the price of the stock climbs, right? You can just keep moving them within the range of the upside moves, right? So your stop gets tighter, but your take profit keeps moving a little further out. Yeah, QQQ can be really weird to trade, especially zero DTEs. The longer dated QQQ stuff, not so bad, and probably what you should focus on with a smaller account to avoid that bid ask volatility. Yeah, you can trade like 1 and 2, 3 DTE intraday, right? Yeah, that's correct, Gilgamesh. The same is kind of true for SPX because if you buy a little bit more theta, you're more sensitive to price changes that aren't a full dollar, right? Not swing. You still don't want to keep those positions overnight, generally. Not until you can withstand some drawdown. Like when your account's really small, you don't want any. You want to avoid any drawdown. Once you start having more money, right? And trading's kind of ironic that way, and that it gets easier the longer you do it, the easier it gets. You know, not just from like a skill perspective, but from the amount of capital you have. Like it's a lot easier to make money when you have a lot of capital than it is to make money when you have very little. And so you need to be best at trading when you start out, and then you can be a lot worse at it when you get more money. Yes, yeah, you can trade ES. It's different. It's a lot different. I still and the far more controlled by the market maker. I feel like trading ES is largely equivalent to trading individual stocks. And it's one of the reasons I don't do it very often. I'll take longer dated positions on futures, but I really don't like day trading it. I got good at it at one point, and then I've gotten bad at it and good at it, and flip flopped in between the two, but it's never something I've dedicated a lot of time to because very frequently you can just get stopped unless you're willing to take fairly large drawdowns or hold positions overnight, which has extremely large margin requirements. So I do feel like swing trading is better there because you don't want to be really close to the bid ask on ES because the market maker will just like they'll just hunt like 5 points in both directions and then it'll move, right? um and sometimes not move favorably for you. So there's a lot of weird intricacies when you're dealing with trading ES versus trying to trade SPX or options in general. Options are actually a more they're a fairer market for retail traders, I think, than stocks or futures. Ding ding. Yeah, wow. Bulls fucking they got 60 right at the end of the day they got 60. Mm. I think it's actually pretty bad that they were unable to get a new all-time high today. Maybe they'll try to test it in pre-market, but that was kind of a disappointing performance, honestly. We got 65, but they had pretty strong call positions all the way out to 75. They were really looking to fill that gap and get that new high. And this, I mean, this technically represents the other side of a local top, right? Because we're still below the 65 high. Uh, if ES slips overnight, that could be pretty rough. And we've got a Head and Shoulders here on the 15 minute on ES on the test, right? Triple top, or it's more of a Head and Shoulders, right? Because this high is relative to the first one. Um, if this fails, 53.68, we could dump a bit overnight back to that 53.49 level. Um, maybe even lower. So yeah, not particularly strong, and possibly a failure of the bear flag that we had for today. Um, yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Dollar's still pretty strong. Yields on the top end of the curve are up, despite them coming down a little bit on the bottom side. The 3-year printed a big fat tail today, which does not bode well for tomorrow's 10-year auction. um, Indication that the share offering is concluded. Well, besides the close at 25, which is pretty bullish given today's drop. I would say that yes, the fact that GME is becoming more illiquid and yet the price is going up would indicate that the is buying to hedge and sufficient liquidity is not hitting the market. So tighter liquidity and rising prices are not indicative of a continuation in the share offering. So I would say that yes, it is probably complete. It may not be, but I would say that at least the majority of it probably is. If it's not, they've stopped selling briefly. Like this arb resolution in the pre-market, like that's kind of a little bit indicative that the share offering was still continuing. Um, if we go out on the daily, there wasn't too much of a change in liquidity, but a bit. There is demand for inventory because there's so many options on the chain. So it's not unreasonable to think that the would be a fairly willing purchaser of any shares offered, at least for the time being. I mean, they can dump them later, but I think that's a pretty strong performance and a good bounce on the technical level, right? Is this not on log? No, it is. Why do these move? That's fucking annoying. Yeah, I mean, a good bounce off the low resistance, a strong one at that, and a push back up above the resistance level there at 2483. We did find support at 2380, which I kind of thought we would. That's really where the gamma starts to ramp up on those downside positions, but things still don't get bullish till we get back above 30, right? So a nice bounce, not very strong. Still needs to clear back above 30. But I think it's in a decent position. I mean, volatility is probably going to continue to slowly bleed as long as we trade around this range. But if we break above 30, it'll spike up really hard again. Also, price action like this encourages out of the money call buying. Right now, out of the money call buying has more of an impact even on the weeklies because they carry more delta. Um, Breadth up a little bit today, but it did fall immediately in after hours. Quite hard actually. I don't give a shit about SPY. Didn't move quite to the top of the market maker's expected range, which is getting really low, by the way. But we did test the lower trend this morning, and the bounce off of that lower trend this time is significantly weaker than the prior two bounces, which could also be a slight indication of a failure in this bounce here at the top. Kind of already covered the Head and Shoulders there. Broad commodities moved up a little bit today, and that's largely due to the rise in dollar value. I don't really think we've had any other international data that would have impacted this, but remember that a lot of commodities are dollar denominated, right? And that dollar-denominated assets are attractive as the dollar rises against its competing currencies, especially the euro, which is down very hard against the dollar due to the ECB divergence last week, right? Well, let me throw up the 10, 20, 30. So 10, 20, and 30 bouncing back very hard last week, obviously. Continuing that rise today. Starting to see the top end of the yield curve push back towards that inversion. That's obviously driving dollar up, which managed to hold above 105 today, even after getting rejected. It looks like at like 105.40 there. So in a strong position, bullish consolidation on the dollar. That could continue to move up. Core 3-month, SPX. Both 3-month and 1-month correlation broke down a little bit today. You know, we saw breadth move in a little bit to support markets, but ultimately tech kind of underperforming and a little bit of the dispersion in tech breaking down. More of that's being realized in the 30-day window than the 90-day window, but they are both turning around. We've got forward yield on volatility is at negative 2.23%. Big move up today after last week's intense volatility shorting. We snapped right back to where we were. Largely brought on by the drop or the re-inversion of the yield curve, or steeper inversion of the yield curve, I should say. The carry trade leverage is starting to pick up again, so you know they're leaning into the carry trade to keep vol from breaking that positive level again and having that forward that positive yield on forward convexity, right? That's we watch this every day because it's super fucking important. When the forward yield of volatility is positive, the demand for volatility immediately picks up, right? The returns on long volatility are exponential, whereas the returns on short volatility are diminishing, right? And so bond portfolios, when the yield on vol is positive, are going to jump on that, right? Because they need that to hedge their books. And this is the reason why so much effort is put into keeping as you can see, keeping the yield on volatility from breaking above positive. Move dropped a little bit. This is to be expected with yields kind of rising and bond values coming down. Skew looks like we're picking up a little bit more tail risk hedging since Friday, but not a ton. I would say that roughly 140 is about the high end of average. 36.58% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, so that's starting to fail. More and more of the S&P is starting to slip below the 20-day moving average after we hit our high, with the all-time high on the market last the Friday before last, at around 45% of the S&P. So breadth is really bad, right? Only a small amount of the S&P is above that 20-day moving average. It's really that 36% of the S&P is really carrying all of the fucking weight right now. I have no idea. I don't have this set up. Fed fund futures now starting to price a lot closer to just one rate point. We even slipped a little bit below. Looks like this morning. No, last Tuesday morning. Bounced back, and now we're kind of falling back below again. Hold on. This is usually not the time frame I have it on. There we go. So yeah, a little bit of a drop this morning from last Friday. All of these are kind of like a signal that we're nearing a top. I also want to point out that Friday's high test and today's failure to move higher with a let's see, 331.33, 331.52. We do have a slightly higher low today, but we have a significantly lower high. I would say that could be bearish, but probably more indicative of just consolidation into Wednesday, right? Where consolidation could see us like pull back, maybe even to like the 53.25 level, right? That might be tomorrow. And then we'll see where a CPI and the FOMC decisions take us. All right. I think that's everything. JFresh, anything you wanted to add? No? Okay. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Everybody have a great night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not.
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.